Asmirian! Expelled from your mountain! You are wild at heart and wild of mind! Oh, how the glory of the Asmiri has faded! I sentence you to death! Say your piece!
That were a lucky break, so to speak.
By the first ones! You're alive! I'm glad to see another living soul. The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him, till that bloody thing got to me first. Now, all those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead no more. I would appreciate it if you could... Reach Clearfell. Find the miller.
The wrath in here is stronger than I dared imagine. Death take you! One step further from home. I swore I'd never wield one of these again.
Whirling Slash hits enemies and creates a whirlwind that blinds and slows enemies inside it. Slashing again will expand the whirlwind. When you walk away, the whirlwind explodes. Whirlwinds can also suck up patches of elemental ground to take on their effects and add more explosion damage.
No going back now. Wind's Fury! You're mine! So this is the sickness I was warned about. At least your friend weren't here to see what you've become.
Well done. Please come inside.
What a sorry sight. Spirit watch over this lot.
Renly's the name. You're skilled with the violence. If what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign. Another refugee from the Count's justice, I take it. Well, have no fear. This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills in these dark times. I'll smith for you what I can, if you're willing to bend your violence toward our defense. There's a beast of particular dark power stalking us out in the felling. It moves unseen under the dirt and attacks without warning. We can't leave the walls to find food, and I've been unable to corner and slay the beast myself. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you. Till next time.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
Oi. Well, this place was never meant to house this many people, especially not the sick and injured. But there's nowhere else to go. The monsters creeping out of the forest keep us locked within these wooden walls, and the Count's tyranny has made outlaws of everyone here, so nobody's coming to save us. I don't have the heart to tell the others I don't see a way to survive this. I put on a brave face, but it's the truth. This part of Farrell has been a fair home for many an Essamite generation. The clans didn't always get along, but we had to settle our feuds when the Eternals laid their savage boot upon us. We weren't able to take part in the Bloody Flowers Rebellion, but we had our share of conflict with them here. Their ruins run over the top of ours, fighting a silent war in stone. It's a shame what happened to old Brannock. He was a kind man in life, but I can't say I'll miss the creature he became. Oh, he tried to batter his way in for 5 full days once he rose again. Well, we thought we were done for. But then you came along, and I'm glad you did. Go well.
Welcome to the Camp of the Lost, stranger. We survive, but we do not live. I am Una. All this began the night Count Gino took his most loyal men into the Grellwood. After he returned, a madness grew in him. Something happened out there. Please, I beg of you, travel into the forest and begin your search. There must be some clue as to what took place. I fear this land's sickness will only deepen unless we do something. Renly brings the strength, Finn brings the wit, and I'm doing my best to keep spirits raised with my songs. Hope is the only thing we have now, but it's in short supply. He doubts himself, but I know he will find a way to protect us. He is a good man, and I am thankful for his presence. In many ways, he reminds me of my father. Stay safe, if you can.
A woman without a place to call home. We have that in common.
Welcome, violent stranger. I am Finn, and I shall be your humble provider of useful and diverse objects. That are most definitely not scrounged or stolen. If I don't got it, I can get it. You just let me know. This is a wooden tomb, if you care to see it objectively. We're not quite dead yet, but food supply is dwindling. And I've seen what hunger can make a man do. The monsters out there are not the ones that will get us in the end. Oh, Renly's all right. Only man in the village that didn't run me out of town whenever he saw me. Well, maybe it's because he didn't have a daughter to protect. Take a punt. You know you want to. See you.
He's trouble, he is. But reckon it's the harmless kind.
Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which can be used to enhance any spear throw attack. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which can be used to enhance any spear throw attack. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy. Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches of elemental ground to take on their effects, or be used with elemental whirlwinds that have sucked up elements. Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches of element. Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. If a twister is inside a whirlwind, it will create more twisters with more damage. Twisters can also suck up patches of elemental ground to take on their effects, or be used with elemental whirlwinds that have sucked up elements. Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Disengage, you'll consume it to throw a spear that explodes immediately and creates ignited ground. Using Whirling Slash on this ground will empower it with fire. Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Disengage, you'll consume it to explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Disengage, you'll consume it to throw a spear that explodes immediately and creates ignited ground. Using Whirling Slash on this ground will empower it with fire. Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode.
Come on! bigger game. The eye of the storm.
Exile! Viper's hunger! Exile!
Be Spirit's breath. It's you. Not sure I'd ever see you again after. Well, you know. Some said you were dead. Part of me almost wished it. Easier than wondering where you went. I had to reckon with what you did. But what's done is done. Now's your chance to make it right. The Spirit is near. Or at least, a form of it. Approach, and the hunt begins. Ready? Go on then. Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of it.
The wind howls!
Spirit, guide us. Damn shame. You fought well. Good timing. The Spirit is near. Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of it. No time to tarry. I see you still got the knack for this. I see now the power
those forbidden gems give you. The spirit may be silent, but I'll thank you for all that's happened. It feels right hunting alongside you again. These wisps, follow them long enough. Maybe we'll come to understand why they're here. Or maybe we won't. Either way, we keep hunting. Folk here don't take kindly to strangers. I've never known the spirit to manifest itself so openly. Heard tell of it, aye. But even in the stories, it weren't like this. In years past, the spirit sought out Rathin, led our hunters to it, so they could root it out. The spirit's no fool. It's drawn to the worst of them, the powerful ones. Might be worth your while to hunt such marks, if you're looking to redeem yourself. Here's your chance. Most wisps are small flickers of the spirit, drawn to Rathin like moths to flame. But some burn brighter and seek out only the strongest. You'll know them by their orange glow, bright as embers in the dark. Ain't my place to question the spirit. I'll follow where it leads. And right now, seems to me, it's guiding us to rid the land of Rathin. Follow a wisp and you'll see. It lingers, almost like it's waiting on you. But best be careful. Wherever the spirit treads, Rathin stirs, fighting back, like a wounded beast that won't go down easy. Following them ain't as simple as just keeping pace. Chase a wisp. You'll find every beast it touches turns meaner, stronger, more ferocious than before. Heard folks say an Esmiri got taken prisoner around these parts. Few moons back. Figured I'd ask around. Never expected to find you. Least of all walking free. So I won't even ask how you managed that one. You're here. You're alive. And that's what matters. Keep your wits about you.
Come on! Oh, this here was someone's home. The Eye of the Storm! failing. Rathen don't discriminate. It twists witches and innocents alike. The eye of the storm. You're mine. Aye, it yet lives. But by what foul means?
What happened? This shade, is it still alive? Perhaps it can give us the answers we seek. Only the Count's sword has the power to bind souls to the tree like this. We must free it somehow. To release that being from the Tree of Souls, we'll need more than simply cutting his rope. The ancient runes that imbue the Count's blade created the binding, and only ancient runes can break it. There is a battlefield not far from here that runs red with rust, where the weapons and... We call it the Red Veil. You should search the area. There may still be power in some of those centuries-old relics. Renly will know how to forge them, bring the runes to him, and then, perhaps, we shall find some answers. I'll wait here. The old magics will protect me. The Red Veil played host to the final and bloodiest battle of countless conflicts. It was in the heart of that veil that we fought for our freedom against the Eternals. We did win, in a sense. But the cost was far greater than anyone expected. Many generations of able-bodied men and women gave their lives to push off the boot of oppression. Ogham's clans haven't been the same since, even centuries on. My mother's mother told me tales of this tree. Our ancestors used it to attract fey spirits, until it was given a darker purpose under the Eternals. They would leave Ezamites strung up on the tree, alive, to starve, to be pecked at by birds. So this is the source of my shadowed dreams. Not the tree, but the shade upon it. As strange as it sounds, I believe we should help this creature. For the Count to bind it to the tree, it must be involved in all of this somehow. There is something very wrong in Ogham, and it may know something of it. The great sword Agnar is currently in Count Geonor's possession. But the mighty rune blade was not always his to wield. It is an ancient weapon of the old magics, inspired by the Great Wolf himself. Legend says it was forged and runed for the original clan leader so he might lead his people to a new, safer land. This brought them to Farrell, where they founded Ogham. Ever since, Agnar was passed down to the leader of the strongest clan. When the position of Count was established in Ogham, the sword was bound to the roll. But now, Geonor sullies his remarkable history with his misdeeds. I hope I will live to see the day when someone worthy takes up the sword once more. Search the veil.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, those condemned to hang from these branches are to be left until their hearts no longer beat, their lungs no longer fill with air, and their flesh is no longer warm. In death, you are not forgiven. Your souls will remain trapped here by this ancient moor of maligned wood, and the grove will be forever denied you. Rot here in the Grelwood for all time, and good riddance.
Die, beast! coming! Let it bear witness. Some strange magic. Fury! This place bears the wounds of war. Come on! only stopping this Rathan will set it right.
Yes, I've collected these over time. What do you think? Oh, I like this one. Oh, I like this one.
bound to be runes in that pile. The eye of the storm. For folk who have already died, they've fought well enough. I'm hearing voices now, and yet the spirits stay silent. The wind howls. Proof of me prowess. Yours mine. The eye of the storm.
Fancy seeing you here. What brings you this way?
Reckon that's the last of them. your blade fall where it will. Your fight's done now. The wind howls!
Spirits in the trees be damned. You actually entered the Red Veil and survived. Every Ogham kid knows, if you step 1 foot in there, you'll be skewered and eaten. Well, those kids that are lucky enough to have a mother, that is. How, rusted is the gear? Any of it salvageable? Worth anything? Just, thinking out loud. You killed the Devourer in its own lair. That's mighty brave of you, hero. Now at least we won't starve to death. One less way to die, I guess. As an esteemed member of no clan at all, I had the distinct honour of wandering through the lovely sights of all 4 seasons. Summer heat, winter chill, take your pick. For company, it was my pleasure to sup with the outlaws, the deranged, and the unwanted. It's simply unthinkable that I never met a nice girl to settle down with, isn't it? It won't be like this forever. I'm gonna build my palace someday. Been planning it since I was small and found myself on my own. Imagine with me, if you will, a vast span of wood above you in the trees. That's the foundation you're looking at. You ascend a tremendous spiral staircase around an ancient trunk and find yourself approaching a treehouse worthy of the first ones. Dozens of lavish bedrooms, two stocked kitchens, tall spires, a tower that looks out over all of Ogham, and half a Farrell for good measure. Isn't it glorious? That's where I really live. This cold, damp, hungry world is just an illusion. I was the first to notice the Mad Count's fist closing around this land. He kept rounding up people like me for reasons that smelt like wolf droppings. I'm a bit of a slippery fish though, so I dodged his nets. Then his mercenaries started coming for people I actually liked, and that's when I knew something was up. The village folk kept defending his actions. I don't know why they couldn't see it. Maybe they didn't want to see it. Farewell, hero.
Finally! Took down the Devourer, did you? Oh, that's incredible! This is the first real success we've had against the darkness. We can breathe a bit easier now, perhaps even go out and gather food. Now, this won't cover our debt to you, not nearly. But take it as thanks. Curious, I would ask what you need these for, but I'm putting my trust in you. Bad enough I have all these folks to protect. I've been worried sick about my son ever since the Count's men arrested him. I was hoping you might have seen him when you were in their custody. He's a big lad, but you can't miss him because, well, he's not from around here. I found him washed up on the riverbanks when he was just a child, a Karoi foundling, perhaps lost by some raiding party. Nobody ever came for him, though. Every day here in Clearfell, I keep my eyes on the river, hoping he'll miraculously wash up on its lonely sands just one more time. That place used to be a kind and warm wood. I even played there when I was young. It's a dark well now, with no way out for most. I'd go with you, but I got people to protect here. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Renly's done a fine job forging those spikes. Meet me at the Tree of Souls. I survived, but all that I was is gone. Count Gianor has only been growing more and more cruel with his justice. He arrested my father for bringing in the harvest one day late, and the rest of my family scattered and fled as the soldiers came for them. I was away when it happened, but my neighbors warned me on my way home, and I fled. Clearfell is as far as I could go before the dangers of the forest closed in. There is scant hope in my heart for my father, but I must believe my mother and my 2 younger brothers escaped, even though my heart tells me that they are just songs now. I keep longing for a ray of light to cut through the darkness of these bleak days. The Devourer is just another victim of the sickness infecting our precious land. Many of Ogham's beasts are fearsome and dangerous, but not like this. The infection in the soil, water, and air is changing them. All of them. It is sad to see such a great creature slain, but it was no longer what it once was. I suppose it had to be done. The first ones ran wild through the Grelwood of old, hunting and brawling as they saw fit. It is said that the spirits of the forest would watch them and be entertained. Over time, the forest became abundant with the joys of those spirits and their old magics. It was a haven for the unity of life and spirit. That place of beauty has now become shadowed and deadly. The curse upon this land has made the known paths of the Grelwood twisted and treacherous, so much so that we can no longer even reach our home. He wears an eloquent mask of words. I doubt anyone here has seen what lies beneath. For many summers, I watched him cut smooth circles around the village square, moving from partner to partner, as if he was attending one of those famed eternal masquerades. Always masked. Always pretending to be something he wasn't. Never serious. It's a shame, because when a masquerade ends, everybody that is real goes home. But he'll still be dancing, masked and alone. Stay safe if you can.
How is the clear?
Stab the spikes into the runewood markings. Stay safe, if you can. Good. Now the others.
Here's hoping I don't come to regret this.
He's unconscious, but he's breathing. Though, this wound... We should take him back to Clearfell. He may be the only one who knows what truly happened out here. Bye.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
The wound. It should be fatal, but somehow he clings to life. I fear it will not be long until his song ends. He will never heal while the Count's binding still holds sway. Only by a Count's hand can this binding be released. I know an old tale, one that speaks of a ring we might be able to recover, buried 3 centuries ago in our ancient graveyard. A Count's signet ring, bearing his rune of authority. But how to reach it in time? The grim tangle. The overgrown sinkholes and gullies that run beneath Ogham can lead you there. The path is dangerous, but go back to the Grelwood, find the entrance. We shall see if the spirits of this land still have the will to see you through. The graves of our people lie beneath the Eternal's tombs. Despite their best efforts to bury our legacy, we remain. Now they are gone, and we live on. This is the cycle of life as we have always known it. Everyone dies, but the clan endures, and the greatest glory an Ezemite can attain is to live on in a song or a poem. That is why we do not fight the wood and stone to reclaim our buried graves. And it is something the Eternals never understood. We don't need the graves. We still have the songs and the stories that matter. They could never take those from us. Goodbye. If the Fae spirits are still watching, I believe they will help us. Please, wait a moment. The old magic still thrive. The way is open. Please, hurry. Yes, my mother and I would come here to gather mushrooms when I was young. Ervig the Druid, one of the Grelwood's resident mystics, would meet us and allow us entry. He was well versed in the tongue of the old magics. But now, well, times certainly have changed. Please, don't eat any of the mushrooms. We need you alive. It fills my heart to see the spirits of the forest answer my call like that. It just goes to show there are still energies in this world that mean to aid us. Meet me in Clearfell when you have the ring.
The hunt is on! Wind's fury! clear of this rot.
has been abducted! That bastard tyrant Praetor Draven! He's taken my family hostage! They're being held somewhere beyond these gates. I never thought he would stoop this low. I sent for reinforcements, but it's been so long. I must get through the gate. The keys! Where are the blasted keys? I believe those cowards took them. What is it? The Praetor? Oh, the Praetor! That monster! He is the worst man the Eternals could have chosen as a custodian for this territory. Had he come to us in peace, the clans might have been willing to talk. But that damned swine regards us as nothing but dogs. He invaded the village in the night without warning, without honor. He seized my family to try to force us to surrender. The Eternal Empire cares for nothing but power. Mark my words, we will not be ground under the heel of tyranny. Uprising? The uprising, of course. The clans are uniting to fight for their freedom. We are making our stand in the Vale. Arkham. Oh yes, Arkham. This is the oldest home of the Ezelmites as we know ourselves. Past generations departed from here to settle Ezomir and the Isles of Skov. We did not always call this part of Farrell our homeland. And now the Eternals have come with their armies and laid claim to this place. It'll be a cold day in the Vastiri Desert before we submit. Before Farrell. Ah, the songs aren't clear after so much time. A great many generations ago, we were driven here from elsewhere. There was simply too much corruption, too much darkness. It was a time of chaos and terror, and much was lost. Our clan swore that this was the last time we would ever be cast out of our homes. Rise up, Ezelmites! We shall drive off these eternal bastards! Arkham, we did not... The consort! Oh, Asinia! Curse the foul witch! She mired our lands with hexes upon our graves, so the dead may not die. She was but a servant girl to the Praetor's family. It was said she poisoned his first wife, aspired to replace her. She succeeded, and Draven, he was not dismayed by the darkness in her, he embraced it. And together, they conspired in their vile ambitions. It's what? What's happening? Are you lost too?
Back to the dirt with you! Whipping up a storm!
My beloved son, your death shall be avenged, even if it takes 1,000 years.
My dearest daughter, beloved for all time, rest well.
I've enough in my pack already. Take this!
Let this be a testament for all time. The Eternal Empire stakes claim over this land, both in life and death.
Wind's Fury!
Our victory is never complete, so long as the Ezamites resist us. Let this graveyard erase their stains on the land. Our victory is never complete, so long as the Ezamites resist us. Let this graveyard erase their stain on the land.
Take this! Reckon. time this tomb earned its name and kept the praetor's wife good and buried. Wind's fury! You should have stayed buried. Wind's fury.
Twister conjures a small tornado that travels.
Pack's full. I've enough in my pack already. broken. Wind's fury!
Leave this place. Right of the fourth moon. Insolence! How dare you disturb me? My soul is mine! Oh, escape! Beloved Draven, aid me! The soul is mine! My love, I call to you. Tormented dead.
Even your witchcraft couldn't save you.
Whirling slash.
join my steeple of death. The spirit's hunger! God damn my beloved Asinia!
I am here, my beloved.
Rend your soul! I will end your meaningless life! Cut down! Succumb to the Empire! I will end your meaningless life! Rend your soul! Asinia!
I am with you, Drake.
You cannot stop me!
We Asmiri are older still, eternal. Wind's fury!
Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on impact and has a high chance to shock enemies, making them take more damage. If you have frenzy charges from a skill like Disengage, it will split an additional time to hit a very large number of enemies. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, Disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which can be used to enhance any spear throw attack.
I need a moment to prepare. the thrill of the hunt. I'll not make the journey home like that. Need a moment. The wind howls.
You have the key. Are you numb in the head? There's much to do. Do my eyes again deceive me? You have the keys. You showed those eternal bastards. Use the keys to open the gate. Let's go and free my family. What? Enough talk. Open the gate. What? 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 At last, it's open! Praise the first ones! What is this? Graves! Isabel! Torco! Callum! The family of Count Lachlan of Ogham! My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
Your kin at last.
Spearfield rends the ground with spears. Enemies that walk over them will take damage and become maimed, slowing them down. Spearfield Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals. Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving. Rake dashes. Lightning Spear splits into many projectiles on impact and has a high chance to shock enemies, making them take more damage. If you have frenzy charges from a skill like Disengage, it will split an additional time to hit a very... Fangs of Frost stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear. Hitting an enemy after parrying them will cause an explosion of ice shards that are highly effective at freezing enemies. This will also create a patch of frozen ground. Using Whirling Slash on this ground will empower it with ice. Fangs of Frost stabs an enemy with an ice-tipped spear. Hitting an enemy after parrying... Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Disengage, you'll consume it to throw a spear that explodes immediately and creates ignited ground. Using Whirling Slash on this ground will empower it with fire. Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then
You found the ring. This will most accounts binding. Give me a moment.
How long has it been? I was hunted. The Count, he stole something that is beyond dangerous. It will cause sickness, then madness. It can still be contained. We must put the seed back.
This seed, is that the source of Ogham's affliction?
Yes. Please, find it. I am still too weak. This will only grow worse.
So if we are to heal this land, we must find this seed. Beyond our clan graves is the hunting grounds. Cut through those to reach the village. Please, go as quickly as you can and see what you can find. I fear there is not much time.
"20 years ago, in the wake of those tremendous events, mankind was busy with its own survival. No one was looking for me, and no one saw me. I lurked in high places and dark places, seeking to keep the seeds safe from men of ambition. In recent years, however, I found myself continually forced to move from place to place. There was always one more hunter, one more patrol, one more grove being cut down or cave being mined. There was nowhere to hide, and my path inexorably took me here, which was apparently exactly where someone wanted me to be. This was all a trap, laid over the course of years, and at colossal expense. Someone wanted the seed at any cost, which surely bodes ill for their intentions. Tread carefully.
Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals. Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving. Rake.
Not now.
Hello. I understand you did what you had to. Please, let us not speak of it further. I understand you. Stay safe, if you can.
This hooded one is here on your honor. Don't take this as a threat, but it's your head if he turns out to be as evil as he looks. Tread as heavily as you like. The Eternals stomped their graves all over ours when they had a conqueror's foothold here. Now, if those graves have turned up and released their dead, take our vengeance on them. Some even say, when the night is darkest, our ancestors still fight theirs among the tombs, and I don't doubt it. A true Esmite never surrenders their land, not even in death. I have a forge back home in the village, but I don't dare return. Count Gianor hired thugs that are far crueler than the village guard, and they've been arresting more and more good folk. Each accusation weaker than the last. A few of those hard-eyed men came around my forge asking for free weapons made. Well, I refused. I knew their ire would soon fall upon me, so I fled and took up temporary lodging here at Clearfell. Go well.
Tired of the slaughter yet? Oh, Una? Yeah. Yeah, I know her. I was, elsewhere when the Count tried to arrest her family, but I certainly heard about it. It's just a coincidence we both ended up here. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't follow her or anything like that. It would be unheard of for a clan girl and an outcast to... Well, whatever you're thinking, don't. That's where I stand on it. You gotta be grounded in the real world. Don't get hung up on things that can never be. It'll just break your heart. Those glowing blue eyes make it hard to sleep at night. I'd wear something over my face to block out the glare, but silly me, I left my sleeping veil back at my palace. None of it's junk. Trust me. Go make a legend or two.
begins! Stay on it! The spirit's made its choice. Time to finish this.
Green kill!
State not all who... Aye. We always kept to ourselves. Never troubled the world, and it never troubled us. Least, not till our ancestors took in the Val. And folks still bicker over whether that were a mistake. Folk here don't take kindly to strangers.
The Eye of the Storm! Need a moment. Need a moment.
Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If you have just parried an enemy with your buckler, disengage will create an explosion on your enemy and grant you a frenzy charge, which can be used to enhance any spear throw attack. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies.
Get back! Hold on.
Monsters that die while infected with contagion will spread the infection to nearby enemies. The damage of a contagion increases each time it spreads. Other chaos debuffs on the enemy, such as Essence Drain, will also be spread. Infected corpses can be used to spread contagion if you use a skill that targets the corpse, such as Unearth. Unearth is a physical area spell. If it kills a monster or hits a corpse, it summons a short-lived bone minion. Infernal Cry puts a debuff on enemies that makes them explode when they...
Wait.
Staggering Palm can be used to stun an enemy with a nearly full stun meter. Essence Drain is a projectile that deals chaos damage over time. Enfeeble is a curse. Flame Wall ignites enemies caught within it. Any of your projectiles that pass through the
Hold on. Beast alive can best me. The hunt is on! Wait! Need a moment. Wind Fury! Need more time. Proof of my prowess. Bring it on.
Traveler.
I can't believe it. The whole bloody place has gone mad. Cursed cultists. Please, hero, find the other altars and dispose of them. Put an end to this. I'm gonna check around here for any sane survivors.
The Eye of the Storm! Half-wits seek to summon something better left well alone. The wind howls! Something tells me we've not seen the last of him.
So the cultists really did have a king lurking out there in the shadows. Shame. I might have followed him myself if he'd simply promised decent meals instead. Thank you, hero. It's not the result I was hoping for, but at least I know the truth. Clearfell's all I have left now. If I was a drinking man, it'd be a sobering thought. I have a grand quest for you, hero. The kind that'll get you woven into legend. It's not at all a minor personal matter that you might ignore. How do I explain this? Before this dreary place, you could say I was something of a, wanderer. There's a clanless enclave known as the Fraythorn that makes its home high in the trees near the hunting grounds. They helped me out a time or two over the years. A little while back, a group of strangers arrived out of the deep woods. They made strange altars and started whispering to the others about their religion. That was when I decided to move on. See, now I got to thinking, if Count Gianor and his men are mad enough to burn the village, then maybe the clanless are in trouble too. Will you pay them a visit? I used to be mildly fond of a fair few of them.
Oh, that Finn's a bad influence. No daughter of mine will consort with such a type. We should have the village guards give him a good beating just to teach him a lesson.
Though I suppose nursing a grudge is foolish, given they're likely all dead now. Bye then.
I don't know how to ask this of you, but I was forced to leave behind something of great importance to me when I fled. My lute. It was carved by my mother when she first taught me to sing. It's in my family home in the farmlands. If you happen to travel near those ways, it would mean the world to me if you could look for it. It seems shadows haunt us both.
How can I help? I've had a few things go missing around the forge when Finn was nearby, but I can't begrudge the lad. His father refused to acknowledge him, so he was left clanless at an early age. Underneath that boastful exterior, there's just, well, I'm sure it's obvious, even to strangers. His mother was a kind and honest woman. Shame he doesn't take after her. A curse has befallen this land. That's what Una feels. That's what I say too. The beasts of Ogham have been friendly to men until a shadow started oozing out of the manor. These rabid and misshapen animals are not to blame. They've been driven mad by something we can't see, only feel in our bones. Last time I felt something like this, I was a much younger man. What would you like? If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Hello. Feeling lucky? Bye then.
Yes, Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. It seems shadows haunt us both.
I need a moment to prepare. The thrill of the hunt! Hold on. Get back! Wait!
So, I was right to be worried. They're still making these damned altars, and this one's bigger. Something's wrong, hero. Something's definitely off. I thought I was imagining the whispers in the shadows at night up there. Thought I was just spooked by the cultists, but maybe not. Please, check in on the Enclave. I'm gonna get while the getting's good. Good luck, hero. For now, I'm gonna get while the getting's good.
Una will thank me for this, no doubt.
Up for another hunt, are you? Aye? Oh, good eye. Let's run that wisp down.
Bring it on! Quick!
Stay on it!
Stay on it! Need a moment.
The spirit's made its choice. Time to finish this.
Hold on.
Come on now. Let's end this.
The wind howls.
Come on now. Let's end this. Spirit still falls. You want redemption? Here's your chance.
Hold on.
You want redemption? Here's your chance.
Need more time. That was almost challenge.
What brings you this way?
You don't stand a chance! Need more time! Soften the wound! Need a moment. Nary an inch spared the flames. These poor folk are beyond saving. You're mine! Need more time. Wind fury. A clean kill. Wait. Hold on. Got my fingers crossed. Yeah. Need a moment. Salt in a wound. I need more time. Need a moment.
Oi!
You found my loot. I can't quite believe my eyes. This feels like having a small part of my family back again. I can't thank you enough. I think I shall begin by composing a song about you. In the meantime, I would be happy to play for you, if you like.
Aye. These
Goodbye.
Come on! Wait. Lead to dry! I walk the road to redemption. Take this!
By decree of the Count of Ogham, your whispering and conspiring has not gone unnoticed. I see. By decree of the Count of Ogham, your whispering and conspiring has not gone unnoticed. I see your disloyalty. I hear your mockery. However, your plots against me all lay dead in their tracks. Every villager must report to the manor immediately for questioning. I alone will crush this revolt. Anyone who resists will not only be considered a criminal, but an avowed traitor.
Hold on! Soften the wound! Hold on! Hold on. Help us! Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can...
No escape. Not this time.
Great Wolf, take you bastard! You had your chance to kill me. Now it's my turn. Need more time.
Face your death. Street. Dogs will have you for that. I'll rip your damn throat out!
It's you who should have hanged, but this were just as good. Need more time. Mine. Need a moment. He killed Eamon. Just killed him. I don't know what to do. Clearfell is safe. We have to get out of here. We can talk there.
The village has been destroyed, and madness has already reached a boiling point in the minds of the Count's men. You must infiltrate the manor and put a stop to this by any means necessary. The fate that befell Ogden Village is only a single raindrop in the storm that is coming. Go.
Owner's house. Renly's house. They had real places to live. I was always so envious, but I guess they're like me now. Vagabonds. Vagrants. Begs the question, is this home now? You've caught me at a moment of sappiness, hero. My apologies. I always make sure to avoid noblewomen like Latis. Her kind seem to think I'm insincere for reasons neither you nor I could ever comprehend, I'm sure. Still, I certainly heard about her, and I've heard what she said about the manor. I know lies, hero, and she isn't one. Later.
If you find a pint out there, do bring it back. The girl's a shining light in a time of darkness. If it weren't for her music, I don't know what I'd do. Every time I listen to her songs, I know I have to try harder to defend this place. Any fear and excuses be damned. Some men do not have to earn honor. Some are simply born with it by virtue of their status. Gianor is doubly a monster for giving away what others have sought their entire lives. He was born into the role rather than being chosen by the clan. And now, He has squandered that by serving himself above all others. I used to believe in him, but now I cannot even stand the thought of him. Till next time.
For what it's worth, my name is Latus. I appreciate the rescue, but... Eamon, everything I know, it's all gone. It isn't worth much, but take this. Perhaps it will aid you against that monster. There is only one thing for certain. Count Gianor must die. He ordered the guard to round up everyone in the village, and when we resisted, they burned it to the ground. Enter the manor. Take our vengeance upon him. So, you know of it. I remember the night it all began. The Count and his men returned in the witching hour, carrying something hidden from sight. We didn't know what it was at the time, but we certainly learned soon. It was alive, and he needed to feed it. The changes came slowly. There were whispers of the downtrodden and clanless going missing. Nobody of consequence. The Count's men were simply cleaning up the ne'er-do-wells, those that contributed nothing. But then, the Count started changing the penalties for common crimes. 5 men were arrested after a simple scuffle over payment. A woman was arrested for adultery, like we were somehow living under the tyranny of the Eternals all over again. Charges became commonplace for almost anything. Living in the manor, my husband and I were somewhat protected, but we saw what was happening. All of these criminals were sentenced to hard labor, digging away beneath the manor until their strength was spent. When that happened, he hanged them and threw their bodies to that creature. I don't know what the Count is looking for beneath the manor. Perhaps he hopes for proof that his heritage is actually pure. Perhaps he's just gone well and truly mad. He's torn a massive hole right in the middle of the manor. A living testament to what he's done to our way of life. That place is a madhouse. Every day was spent threading a careful line. Question the Count, and you'd get arrested. Flatter him too much, and he'd grow paranoid and arrest you anyway. The Countess watched all of us with cold eyes. The nobles began to change. Strange proclivities emerged. They brought lone villagers into their rooms in the dead of night, never to be seen again. Eamon and I tried to flee, but they caught us. When she came to us from the Vastiri desert, we nobles were just happy the Count had finally found a wife. If we had known what was to come, we never would have celebrated. From the moment she arrived, she spent her time whispering dreadful little barbs in his ear. He became rather agitated and started doubting himself, doubting his bloodline. He had a scholar repeatedly investigate whether the Eternals had dirtied his ancestry. When he found out that he might have had an unwelcome interloper in his family tree, he became fixated on proving himself, even though we all repeatedly assured him he already had our loyalty. He's been obsessed with gaining power ever since, and I think the Countess promised him a way to achieve it. Take revenge.
It is good to see you. This shade is a curious one. It is quite odd to have a blue-eyed shadow in the camp watching us. But things truly have been taking a turn for the better since you freed him. Some of the folk here consider his presence a sign of good luck. Though I wonder if it is actually you that brings us these better fortunes. Latis is from a prominent family in her clan, so I didn't know her well. But I did take hope from her actions. If a noblewoman could marry a commoner, then perhaps a commoner would be free to marry whoever she wants as well. It makes me think about the last conversation I ever had with my father. It was an argument. Though it tears at my heart, I choose to believe that deep down, he understood me. This one always makes me weep. Yes. Ah. A tale of the dangers of love.
Sirens call, strong as the tide. None could save her, nor could she hide. Shadows then rose, whispering low, lamenting the dark she came to know. We may never learn what dreams that once had burned, what fate had destined, his gift had wrought for her maddening love.
It is good to see you. This one always makes me weep.
Sirens call, strong as the tide. None could save her, nor could she hide. Shadows then rose, whispering low, lamenting the dark she came to know. We may never learn what dreams that once had burned, what fate had destined, his gift had wrought for her maddening love.
Sorry, I was just... Izaro the wise, Izaro the mad.
Try as he may, he failed to serve, and in his conceit, a challenge he designed. Who would prevail? He could not foresee the greatest descent, as the goddess may deem, Lord of the trial upon the imperial throne, betrayed to be eternal, 'neath the goddess he atones.
Hello. Ah, the Exile's landing.
Lion eye, see what shadows claimed that night. Calm crowned your brow.
It is good to see you.
Hello.
Quickly. What have you learned? The boundless horrors of mishandled corruption cannot be conveyed simply through words. I only hope that you can find and contain the seed before it is too late. The Count accosted me and stole a very dangerous object. A seed that I have kept hidden from humanity. Somehow he knew that I possessed it. He cannot possibly know how dangerous it is. His attempts to harness its power will court disaster. We must hurry to the village. At the very least, those who are still sane may be convinced to aid in containing the seed. Corruption once had a purpose. Let us term it a disorganizer of what would otherwise be ordered. One consequence of this chaos is the warping of pathways, both through the woods and in the mind. The land so afflicted is never the same when trod upon a second time. Men afflicted by corruption know not where or when they are, only that they are in pain. And you appear as a horrible creature to their distorted senses. All children have imaginary friends. Most grow out of that phase. A rare few refuse to let go, creating real from unreal through sheer stubbornness. Gods born of man certainly exist, but did a gigantic red tiger named Farul actually run the plains of the primordial world? There is no way to know. Will the world end if she and her savage ilk return? The answer, I imagine, is up to those who would stand and fight on that day. Be glad that today is not that day, as far as I know. Move swiftly.
What have we got? How can I help? Anything take your fancy? You have a keen eye. Stick to the cairns.
Sorry, I was... Be careful.
Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It can also consume a frenzy charge to overcharge and create a patch of shocked ground. Stormlance Rapid Assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession. The final strike hits a lot harder and leaves a spearhead stuck in the enemy, bleeding and slowing them. The spearhead can be detonated with a detonator skill like Thunderous Leap for an extra burst of damage. Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have frenzy charges, this skill will consume them for additional repeats. Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have frenzy charges, this skill will consume them for additional repeats. Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. Rapid Assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession. The final strike hits a lot harder and leaves a spearhead stuck in the enemy, bleeding and slowing them. The spearhead can be detonated with a detonator skill like Thunderous Leap for an extra burst of damage. Rapid Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It can also consume a frenzy charge to overcharge and create a patch of shocked ground. Lightning Spear splits into many. Stormlance sticks in. Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It can all. Stormlance.
Fury! The ult is on! Hold on. Wait. Where were you? Need 'em all.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, effective immediately, all crimes are now punishable by hanging until death. Hanged criminals will have their bodies thrown into the pit.
I need a moment to prepare. You're mine! Wait. Now to do with a tyrant, but stick his head on a peg. Stone back! Need more time.
There's the tyrant, in all his rotten glory.
First ones, hear our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits, poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
That's no statue. Lead out! It's dead now.
First ones, hear our lament.
Better off dead. Wait!
Our triumph is at hand!
Back off! Hold on!
I sense Oriana knows. And I cannot deny that which I know deep down to be true. That fair-haired villager, an eternal descendant, she knew. At that moment when our eyes locked, we both knew. She clung to her children like I would end them then and there. She is of no risk now, but how many others must I fear? Is my blood truly impure? Oriana assures me we can right some of the wrongs of the past. She promises a way forward for Ogham. A way forward for the clans and the clanless alike. And a way forward for me. We must continue with our task.
Soften the wound! Need more time! Hold on! Come on! Need a moment. Wait! Need more time. wound. Need a moment. The hunt is on! Time. Need a moment. Need more time.
Yes. Don't stop. The beast hungers.
I've heard enough of the beast to know feeding it's a fool's game. This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
Go on then. Come and get it.
First one's higher! You'll pay with your life!
Wait!
You will falter! That will not go unpunished! You'll pay with your life! easy prey.
Need a moment.
Oriana! Open the cage! Release the beast! Give me what you promised!
I think not. I expected so much more. You're too weak to do the job. I'll find someone else. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore! How
Wait.
dare you abandon me? After all I've given you! Freezing gale! As night falls, winter's chill sought the unworthy.
Back off!
Through an endless night, they wither and tarry. Forsaken frosts, as cold as death, of Bear's misery, the pack won't forget. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Requiem on high. I will take out your heart and savor each bite, chilling for us. Requiem high. I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Wait!
Freezing gale. Solstice of pain. Desolation. I smell your blood, and I am ravenous.
Need a moment.
Freezing gale. The air grows colder, and now the wound. And now the impaler. As swift as death, and imbued by the moon, cursed or gifted, branded and afflicted, your veins soon shield, Agna shall slay again. Take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation.
Hold on.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness.
As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
You've done well, stranger. No, you are no stranger now. You have become part of our song's story, and I shall sing it proudly. The darkness that crept upon our lands has been forced to flee, and I have a feeling you will pursue it to the end of the world. Good luck to you. This is home now. Our songs tell of times of renewal, when bloodshed, strife, and courage forge stronger bonds. That is how we will regard this era of Ogham, and how we will remember you in our songs. It seems... Please, take your time. It seems shadows haunt us both.
Count Geonor is dead. I never thought there'd come a day when such a statement brought relief. We can finally start rebuilding our poor, damaged Ogham. It's going to be a long and difficult struggle, but it's not nearly the first time we Ezamites have had to rise from the ashes. The thought of our village on fire. Oh, my heart feels heavy. We'll get back there someday. Reclaim our lands, rebuild, mark my words. Part of me is angry I wasn't there to defend the place, but I know I was needed by these good folks far more. I can't imagine what would have happened if they'd been out here, defenseless. The Count's name will not be remembered in our songs. Ha! Good riddance. What would you like? Stick to the carrots. Boy, anything take your fancy? One of my finest. What have we got? The Count's name will not be remembered in our songs. Ha! Good riddance.
We must pursue Oriana. The seed of corruption has begun to grow. But there is still a chance that we can end this before it is too late. The fledgling beast is leaving corruption in its wake, so we have a trail to follow. When you are ready to part from this place, we can leave immediately. Do whatever it takes.
The clan leaders are all dead, but there's one man who remains with the leadership to carry on. Renly will take good care of us, as is his nature. We'll be just fine, hero. You can ride on out of here with your head held high. Seriously, though, I hope you return someday. If only to guard my back. Feeling lucky? Later.
So, it is done. The Count is dead. Where once there was a fire in my heart, there is now nothing but ash. For enacting my vengeance, you have some measure of thanks from me. Now please, go. Do what you must, but leave me be. Take revenge.
How's the clearing? Anything take your fancy? well. Oi, anything take your fancy? You'll survive well in that. Stick to the cairns.
How can I be of aid?
Adapt or die.
What have you learned? The trail of corruption leads east. So east we shall go. It seems fate conspires to return me to the plains of Vastiri. The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. We must pursue her to the plains of Vastiri. We should find the Marikath caravan. Only they can lead us through that harsh and unforgiving land.
Well, my lady, we have arrived. The Vastiri awaits. Good luck to you.
This outpost seems to be part of a trade route, so we should be able to find a Marikath caravan. They are an honorable people, and I have no doubt they will assist us. The Marikath have a cultural history deeper than most know. Theirs is a strict tradition, bordering on brutal. But it is that adherence to shared beliefs that has kept them strong when entire empires have come and gone around them. Time is short. Make haste.
The weary traveler grows close to the end of the path. The bread bowl of the world, the verdant land of 7 waters, awaits! Be sure to have your toll ready at the gates. Cloth, gems, metal wares, and coin are all accepted.
So this is the Vastiri. I've never felt further from home.
You are seeking passage on our caravan? We cannot travel anywhere at the moment. Hyenic raiders are harassing the trade route ahead. For the time being, we are stuck here.
I'm no stranger to slaying beasts.
Aye, I'll make it work. The Carillions! Lead! Hold on!
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near. It's good to see you. The hunt begins!
Hold on!
No time to tarry.
Clean to dry!
Spirit's made its choice. Time to finish this. The spirit still calls. Come on now, let's end this.
Need more time.
The spirit still calls.
Come on! Hold on!
What news?
Back off!
him up there. The leader. I need a moment to prepare. Bleed out!
Soften a wound. More time.
Defeated the raiders? Fate sends us a fortuitous stranger. Welcome to the Adura Agara. You may travel with us in exchange for your service as a Jingak, and you will have nearly the respect of one of our own for as long as you stay.
How?
The Asmeri had made use of this, to move from one hunting ground to the next.
The beast is on the move, twisting the desert as it goes, waking ancient dead and unknown horrors alike. The Countess brought it here as part of some nefarious plan. I assume she has allies here. We must track them down and convince them to give up this madness. Those creatures are too coherent and intelligent to be manifestations of corruption. I suspect that they are the descendants of divine tampering. There was a being I once knew in the ancient days, a trickster, who would have appreciated someone to laugh at his ill-conceived humor. What more perfect audience for a sickening jester than a pack of gibbering hyenas? Go.
Who goes there? By the sound of your voice, you cannot be Maraketh. It is always intriguing to meet foreign warriors and learn their ways of war. I only hope I have weapons and armor that might be useful to you. I am Shambren. Zarka holds all the wisdom and knowledge of the Adura, and the stories of many other Akaras as well. Our traditions help us survive as these lands turn to dust over generations, and in many ways, that lush beauty still exists for us through her words. Especially now the gods have returned to Rayclast. We know that our beliefs have power. Perhaps we can bring back those verdant forests and gleaming rivers, if only we have enough faith in a leader strong enough to make it real. Does the scorpion sting carry less poison at night? In the hopes of taking on fighting duty again, I am still practicing the art of the sword. Red-eyed Nassima, she of the second sight, proved that there is more to combat than mere vision. However, there is still honor in serving the role of tradesmith and weapon master. I served as a Dekara for as long as I was able, and I intend to fulfill this duty with just as much dedication. No need to rush. Strike like the scorpion. Blessings.
What? I have a very long official title, but you may simply address me as Zaka. The young ones will harp on and on about our strict traditions, but I'm old enough to get away with it. So I do. My role is that of a keeper of tales. I was chosen by my predecessor, rather than being allowed to become a Dekara or perform other duties. I'm not permitted near combat, for the stories I keep are one of our most valuable resources. We understand the plains of Vastiri through the lens of these words handed down to us over the centuries. We see what used to lie where sand dwells now, and hear the bold proclamations and lamentations of yesteryear. That is my role, to be the worldly eyes and ears of the Adura. Nassima, yes, Nassima, a great warrior, though with a complicated legacy. Born with eyes the color of blood, she was left to die among the dunes for being blind. But the Ferryden found her and raised her. A Balbalik, one might think. But no, she became an impressive warrior in her own right. And when called upon to raid her people, she recognized her mother's voice and turned and slaughtered her Ferryden captors. A true role model from the ancient days and a wonderful sleep tale for the children. This is the tale as it was told to me by our Akara's tale woman before me, and as told to her by the tale woman before her. These words have remained unchanged since the beginning. Many thousands of years ago, we were a simple people, hunters, roamers. We moved valley to valley in search of meat and berries. There was none of the discipline we know today, but that was about to change. These fair plains became barren and lightless. A time those generations called the winter of the world. 1,000 years of ice brought hardship and suffering, but that was only the beginning. To the south, the foreign tyrant An fell, and horrible creatures flooded forth under this darkness, seemingly born of bone and blood and foul magic. Survival meant banding together and creating the strict traditions that eventually became what we know today. To fight was to live. Disorder meant death. In the darkest depths of that era, when hope was but a memory, the twin sister Sekimas, Solarai and Landara, arose to unite our scattered peoples for the first time. They wielded the essence of gold and silver, gleaming with such ferocity that the grey skies had no choice but to give way. The creatures retreated under the sands, never to be seen again, and our fair plains blazed with emerald forests and sapphire rivers. This brought about the most glorious age of our people, a time of conquest, wealth, great heroes, and gods that lasted for another 1,000 years. But then, one fell winter, the gods vanished. Our beloved Garukan was the last to succumb, holding on for 2 moons against a powerful innovation. She gave what final orders she could, mandated our traditions be upheld, and then went silent. The Maraketh were not disturbed. We did not lose hope. We knew who we were, and those values had not left us with the departure of the gods. When the sky burned, when the vow fell, when the Eternals came and sought to be our masters, and then fell as well, we endured. We have protected these fair plains for 304 generations, and we will continue to do so for another 304. That is our duty and our birthright. She was a fierce warrior before she was blinded in battle. Focused, determined. Losing her sight has not changed that. I have no doubt that she will become skilled enough at blind fighting to rejoin the ranks someday. Indeed, blind Dekara were once instrumental in decimating an Eternal Legion during a sandstorm ambush. So it is not without precedent. Do not wander.
I am Asala, the Sekima of the Ardura. I care not where you came from, nor what caste you might have been there. All that matters is that you have shown yourself capable in battle, Jingak. Remain a friend to the Ardura, and you shall have nothing but respect from us. So, the beast has entered the world once more. We were following a trail of corruption before we were waylaid, and now we shall resume the hunt. We Marquette are honor-bound to seek and contain corruption wherever it may be found. It seems the sacred duty falls on us once more. The trail connects to 2 locations, but we don't know where the beast currently resides. I am willing to begin wherever you and your shade thinks is wisest. Foreigners often misunderstand the concept of the Sekima. I am no dictator, and do not make some pathetic claim of divine right. Emperors are for nations filled with the weak-minded and soft, as history has proven every time an empire falls and we endure. I am Sekima, because others have put their faith in me as the strongest and most capable among us. I lead because there is no better replacement. It is a role I deserve, by definition. This Oriana would find no allies among our Akaras. We are no strangers to the eternal war against corruption. If she has allies in this region, they cannot be of the Marqueth. After the Beast of Highgate was slain, all other Akaras vowed to pursue and eradicate corruption should it ever return. Never again will a sole Akara suffer the weight of history. Corruption has returned to the Vastiri. Before this season, the Hyanic warriors you fought would never have dared raid a caravan. The dead have begun to rise again, and other creatures of the desert have started changing. By Zarka's accounts, the land is returning to the way it was before. These are ill times. For glory. One of the trails of corruption leads towards the Halani Gates. Anyone who would wish to leave this region must pass through them. Outcasts currently make their home in the Forgotten Quarry in the hills of Modern. They call themselves the Farden. We should travel there and find out what it is they are doing.
In all my wanderings, I've not seen anything like this.
Need something?
Careful, Story.
Who goes there? I remember her face from before the battle where I lost my sight. She is quite beautiful, and she has strength and cunning to match. I can think of no better leader for us. We, Adora, have put all our faith in Asala, and though we do not number enough to spark divinity in her, we still thrived under her leadership. Blessings.
What have you learned? Asala has agreed to aid us, exactly as I expected. The beast represents an existential threat to all the peoples of Rayclast, but even beyond that, she seems to be quite driven. She reminds me of a rambunctious young woman I once knew in Keth, who eventually rose to power, attained divinity, and led her people to greatness. Yes, I have seen the slaves pulling the carts. I am uncomfortable with the practice, but from what I understand, it allows those captured in battle to serve rather than simply being executed. not enough resources to keep prisoners who do not work. In this harsh land, it is perhaps the lesser of two evils. That is, what I tell myself, at least. Thank you.
Mining like this, it can only mean war's coming. You're mine! Lightning shatters bone! Challenge. The thrill of the hunt. try! Smacks are wrath in this place. What are the Faradin playing at? That was almost a challenge.
Our people have lived in the shadows of the dunes for too long. Countless generations have been forgotten, will be forgotten. We are not Faradin. We are Marraketh. And if we work together, if we unite, then they will be forced to acknowledge us. We must show them that casting us off is a mistake. We must show them our strength. Perhaps we can one day rebuild Keth itself. For all those who live in the plain.
Bleed out! more time. Get back! Hold on.
Whirling Slash.
This is no mine. It's a death trap. Need more time!
bow. What is the difference? Face of Baradun, mind of a traitor. Serpent's tongue, scorpion stinger. Either way, now you pay with your iron, flesh, and bone. What is the difference? Insane! I'll show you insane!
Need a moment.
Burn, oppressors!
She's coming!
For the king! Sand and steel, fire and iron, flesh and bone. What is the difference? Face of Baradun.
She's insane!
Insane? Perhaps that is true! Breathe it in!
Hold on.
Burn, oppressors! Die! 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 Sand and steel, fire and iron.
She's insane!
Insane? Perhaps that is true!
I need a moment to prepare.
Hold on! I am the sun! Burn! 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 Breathe it in! Stand still!
Need more time.
Run!
Die! Deep breath!
Watch out!
Die! Die! Die!
Need more time.
Burn! Burn!
The wind howls.
Slow down! Deep breath!
Need a moment. Wait.
Burn! Burn! Stand still! Burn! Burn!
Wait.
Stand still! Boom! Burn! Oppressor!
Need a moment.
Deep breath! Flash! Slow down! Burn! Oppressors! Explode!
Need more time.
Blind! Burn! Burn! Burn!
Winds praise you! 1,000 praises, my friend. Thought I would die here. Please, take me back to your caravan, and I will tell you anything you want to know.
once...
Quickly.
I need more time. Soften the wound. Need a moment. Hold on. Wait! A weapon's only as strong as the hand what wields it.
Barrage empowers your next attack to fire multiple times. If you have frenzy charges, this skill will consume them for additional repeats. Barrage.
Soften the wound. need more time. Bring it on! Can't bet double as is. Need a moment. Bleed out! Hold on. Fingers crossed, luck's on my side. Hold on. Need more time. I'll not make the journey home like that. Need a moment. Leave to dry. Hold on. Need more time.
How can I advise? What have you learned? What have you learned? It takes courage to go against one's people. I once faced a similar decision. There were men and women like me who believed themselves to be exceptional. And they were correct. Terribly, horribly correct. I cursed myself to a permanent exile from my own peers by betraying them. I was unlike mortals, but hated by immortals. I was alone. I would do it all again, and I still might. They call themselves the Faradin in this era, but they have died out and been reborn many times. They are not an independent culture. They are the Mariketh's dark secret, the inevitable consequence of life's haphazard nature. A society cannot simply purge itself of the weak, the ill, or the disadvantaged. Those unwanted newborns abandoned among the dunes. They rarely die, no matter how much the Mariketh wish to make them simply disappear. No, they live. The Faradin are the shadow of the Mariketh, always just out of sight, always watching. They rescue those children and raise them up on the outside, looking in. An unspoken relief for the father and mother that must give up their child. But a gathering storm fated to one day return home with a fury. Time is short. Make haste. How can I...
Back to basics.
Publicly, I will decry them as loudly as anyone else. Privately, I understand. I do not condone their actions, but I have suffered some small portion of what they must feel their entire lives. To be honest, I expected them to turn on us eventually. This defector, Risu, will never be accepted by the Adura. You may trust her, and she may provide information about the enemy's intentions. But remember, she is a traitor to her people. We deal with our own traitors using excessive means. She is not one of us, so we do not consider it our duty to punish her, but neither will we protect her when the time comes. My wares are renowned. I hope it pleases. Goodbye.
Young one.
This Balbalak will live or die based on her usefulness in pursuit of the beast. Ask her what questions you will, then we Ardura will decide her fate. If her information proves to be truthful, then she will live. If she is a deceiver sent to misdirect us, she will be left to die in the open desert once again. You have your orders.
I know what Jaman Ra intends. Atop the burial spires of Deshar lie the Maraket's most honored dead. The king has become driven by madness to seek any trace of ancient flesh from those of renown or power in life. He intends to feed their bodies to the horrific creature he keeps in a cage behind his throne. They call it the Beast. I have seen it, and the sight haunts my nightmares. I am of the Faridun. We are the shadows of the Maraket, the unwanted and the forgotten. Some time ago, a foreign woman came to us and offered us the power to take back what was ours. We took her deal. We had no idea what it would cost us. When she finally brought us the Beast, it was not the glorious power we'd been promised. It was horrifying. Those of us who did not want to make war, those of us who are afraid of the Beast, Jaman Ra sealed us in the mine when his dreadnought was complete. This madness must end. Some may call me a traitor, but I do not seek the destruction of my brethren. I seek their salvation. You need not trust me. You will see the truth of my information soon enough. I ask nothing of you, only that you do what you know is right. This corruption that plagues the land, I cannot bring myself to fully believe it's the reason for my people's sickening turn. I know that when the Beast first came to us, when Jaman Ra was raised from death, he quickly became covetous and prone to fits of rage. Soon, that fervor gleamed in the eyes of those around him. You say it's his corruption, but I have not seen anything in my brothers and sisters that was not already there. Corruption may exist, yes, but it does not fully control. It only excuses. The Faridun are warring against the Marakets because they desire to do so. They have always wanted this conflict. They want to make those who abandoned us suffer. that being? Does it travel with you? I would tell you not to trust a mysterious stranger in black, but that would make my own situation rather difficult. I cannot say I view the Maraket favorably, but there is no other power to which I can turn. Jaman-Ra is going mad, and I know that the Maraket will unite their scattered Akaras to confront him if the need is great enough. I believe that it is. The Maraket have no idea how great we number. We are larger than any one Akara by far, and my brothers and sisters hold a great bitterness even before corruption came among us. Everything we do, from our garb to our food, is made opposite to the Maraket out of spite. I still feel some of that anger when I see them here, standing proud and colorful. Asala promises them a return to their glory days. But do they not have such glory now? I must pursue what I feel to be right. Asala might yet decide to have me put to death, or abandon me to the doom of the desert. I know these risks, but I had to try anyway. If you had seen the darkness rising in the hearts of my brothers and sisters, you would understand. I am not betraying them. I'm trying to save them from themselves. This Oriana, the one you called a countess. Jaman-Ra has declared her our queen. She first came to us from the south and seemed sympathetic to our cause. She promised us power, the power to take back our lives. She left for Azomite lands, vowing to return with something that would resurrect our greatest hero, Jaman-Ra. With that hope dangled before us, the Faridun united for the first time since his death. We prepared, as she asked. We took the quarry. We began working on the dreadnought. I am ashamed to admit that I was a devout believer in the cause. Until the day she kept her promise. She did return. She did bring the power to resurrect Jaman-Ra. She brought the beast. The sight of that thing chilled my soul. Those of us who objected to its presence were forced to work, mining and finishing the dreadnought. By the time we were done, madness was already rife, and we were sealed in the mine to die for supposedly betraying our people. Choose, or do not. One night.
Welcome.
Young one. Jaman-Ra? That's a tale I rarely tell. Every few generations, the Faridun stir up trouble. Jaman-Ra was their most successful attempt at causing problems. A very long time ago, he spread dangerous ideas among the outcasts and spoke to the Maraketh as if they were equals. His offenses were so great, the Sekhmers joined together to approach and rebuke him. The tale says that he was so in awe of the glory of our leaders, he ended his own life and chose to fall forgotten in the sands. It is a strange conclusion to his tale, I must admit. But this is what is told. If he has been somehow reanimated through corruption, he will have only one goal: harming us. I will tell your tale.
What have you learned? I was asleep during the era of Jaman-Ra. I cannot attest to the truth of recent tale. Or I cannot say it is outside the realm of possibility. The Maraketh have strict traditions, erring on the side of brutal.
Shut. At least this'll give the slaves a bit of respite.
The Halani gates are closed, and the Faradan hold them in the beast. We will have to find another way. Move swiftly.
The Halani gates are closed. Then Jaman-Ra must have succeeded in capturing them. He planned to close the gates to prevent the Maraket from interrupting his harvest. A siege from the front will be impossible now. But there is another way. An ancient passage lost to time. It was used by the traitor Balbala. I can show you where it is, if you will use it to stop Jaman-Ra before it is too late.
So, the outcasts have raised their new king from the grave, and he seeks to violate Deshar, to feed our honored dead to the beast. Such a transgression. Those vile dogs! Our city of the dead lies beyond the Halani gates. We should move to crush the Faradan immediately. Let us see if this defector's information is truthful. Infiltrate this supposed passage, find your way to the top of the gates without being detected, and then call for aid. I shall answer. For glory.
Yes?
Finally, some shade. I'm sweating like a stuck pig, I am. No, but scrap! Need more time. Bleed! Hold on! I'll take that. a moment. Who are these lasses then? They have an air of importance. Soften the wound! Need more time! Hold on!
The traitor Balbala has been sentenced to 1,000 years of suffering as a djinn, bound in this place of her dishonor. Let no woman or man of Maraketh blood enter her prison before her time is served.
Odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut. Better banished than left to rot for 1,000 years.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself! Barrier!
Here it comes!
Mists of... Keep waiting, then.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself!
Need a moment.
Barrier! Face me! Mists of tsunami!
Bleed out!
Kundek! Nakai!
Wait!
Hey! Adun!
Need more time!
Hey! Mists of Tarakana!
Hold on!
Face me! Kundek! You are a worthy adversary.
Need a moment!
Hey! Adun! Oh. I will keep waiting, then.
There's something odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut.
Now, Jindak, I prove myself! Hey! Face me! Mists of Sulamit!
odd about this door. Feels like it were meant to stay shut.
Now, Dingak, I prove myself!
Hold on. Need more time.
It's me! Mists of
Get back!
Time's right!
Hold on! Hold on!
Visions of Terra.
Need a moment.
Face me!
Wait!
Mists of ceramic!
Need more time. Bleed out.
Face me!
Huh. What's this? A coin? stop the bloodshed. But not too late to avenge the fallen.
If you are traveling through Traitor's Passage, there is something I wish to ask of you. The traitor, Balbala. According to the tales, she is still sealed there, somewhere along the tunnel, as an undying djinn. She served her sentence long ago, but knowledge of the location was lost. It is long past time to release her. I will tell you her story if you wish, but I doubt it will mean much to a Jingad. So, you released Balbara from her prison, and she fought well. Good. She may now earn her redemption, if the ancient places still hold power. Her barrier contains her soul. She will tell you what to do next. Long ago, when Keth was the shining jewel of the Vastiri, and our trade routes were the envy of the known world, a weak-willed Sekima named Balbala betrayed her Akara for a promise of Welakath, a mythical elixir said to bestow great power. She led a band of foreign warriors through secret paths to the top of the Halani gates. Taken by surprise, the Akara was slain to the last woman. What was her reward? Not Welakath. The bandits put a spear through her gut in that very passage. A cautionary tale, yes. For her betrayal, the wise woman of that era enacted an ancient ritual, trapping Balbara's soul as a djinn for a sentence intended to be 1,000 years. Jingak, it has been far more than 1,000 years. By Zarka's reckoning, at least 2 or 3. The stain of Balbala's betrayal has been lifted from her legacy, yet the knowledge of her prison was lost long ago. When I face his direction, there is a faint impression. Even the sun does not intrude upon my blindness, so this is a new sensation for me. What am I seeing from your strange companion? No need to rush. They shall fear you. Blessings.
Speak up. Hello. Each young one is much like another. Feridun, Maraketh. What does it matter to an old woman? Others may scowl for letting Risu sit and listen to my stories, but none may order me silent.
Adapt or die.
What?
Quickly!
Yes? The Balbalak has her life, for she was truthful. If she also wishes to be accepted here, that will be up to her. For glory.
wind! Fortune favours the bold. I'm bent double as is. Need a moment. A clean kill. Wind's fury. The final gate is broken. We must continue our advance. Need more time. Pack's full.
Noxious sycamore!
Shamanra! How is this possible? The Iron
Wrath
Storm!
of a king! The Mariketh will fall by my hand! I shall dethrone you, Sycamore, and leave you to the sand! I shall dethrone you, Sycamore, and leave you to the sand! Wrath of a king! The Mariketh will fall by my hand! I shall dethrone you, Sycamore, and leave you to the sand! You are unworthy! The Mariketh will fall by my hand!
Wait! Back off!
I shall dethrone you, Sycamore, and leave you to the sand! I shall dethrone you, Sycamore! The Mariketh will fall by my hand! You are unworthy! I tried to seek peace, and the Sycamores disgraced me! Rot in the sand! This time, we choose war! We shall finish this! But not today.
Make haste! He must not escape! See how he runs? Some king! Quickly! He conjures the very sands against us! This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
Countess has used corruption to resurrect Jamun-Ra, and they have escaped with the beast. Thankfully, we have some idea what the Faradin intend. We must reach Deshar as soon as possible. I am accustomed to others shivering and turning away when my gaze falls upon them. But I must confess, for once, the feeling is reversed. Though she is blind, I sometimes have the strangest notion that she is looking at me, even at night. You have no idea how much restraint it requires to listen to tales of people and places I knew, yet not correct her. She's close, I shall grant her that. Often startlingly so. In certain details or sequences of events, but the spirit of what happened thousands of years ago, the essence of that life, has been embellished. At other times, the stories convey only a pale shadow, and the true magnificence is lost. Or is it my memories that are drifted with time? I suppose we shall never know. Because those days are gone, never to return. All that I once loved has been dust hundreds of years longer than you have even been alive. Do whatever.
I hear you. Risu has proven herself, at least to me. She has spoken only the truth, and I believe she means well. In another life, we might have been fellow Dekara, or even friends. No need to rush. All right. Goodbye.
Jamun-Ra can control the sands? Oh, this was not an ability he had in life. It must be born of corruption. There is something in the tales that could help us overcome such a power. It was said that the Horn of the Vastiri could control the winds. I believe the Horn's location has been lost to time, but perhaps it is possible that we can reconstruct it. We would have to retrace the steps of our greatest heroine, Orbala, on her final adventure. Speak to Asala. She knows the tale and where it might take us. Let her know how you wish to begin. Or you may seek my wisdom if you have further questions. In modern times, speak to Asala. Jamun-Ra can control. There is. We would have to. Ah, you released Balbala, the traitor. Then it is your duty to redeem her soul by allowing her to serve as a mentor djinn during your dance with the Scorpion. In modern times, we give aspiring Dekaras a straightforward test. For this task, however, the old ways are required. You will have to face a much deadlier trial. Speak to Asala. The original trial is not far from here, and the caravan is duty-bound to carry you there. Ah, the Horn. How to condense a 7-day tale. It was created during Obala's 8th adventure, her final quest before becoming the Sekama of Sekamas. She wrested control of the 3 elements. Her trusty war steed, the great mastodon Ekbab, gave its tusks for the carving and the channeling of lightning. The essence of water was a secret held at the heart of Keth. And primordial fire must be earned from those that originally brought it to Rayclast. We will find them at the Valley of Titans. Yes, Those are the 3 elements we will need. This is not the first time the sands and cells have been used against us. The necromancer of Weeping Black, Saresh, once waged war upon the Marraketh out of the nascent desert regions of that era. He commanded not only armies of the dead, but vast roiling storms as well. Hearing of this threat, Orbala set forth on a quest to master the elements. And in 3 places of power, she proved herself to the winds. Her reward came to be known as the Horn of the Vastiri. When she drew in a mighty breath and sounded the horn, it was so powerful. Every tent across the entire plains blew open. You can imagine what it did to the necromancer's sandstorms. Seizing their moment, the united Akaras stormed forth to savage the undead armies of Saresh. For this victory, Orbala was made the Sekima of Sekimas. And after ruling with strength and cunning for many years, later became our Queen of the Wind, greatest goddess of the Marraketh. Her divine name was Garukan, which means ultimate sovereign. The tales, unfortunately, make no further mention of the horn after that.
Ought to rethink my approach.
Bloodhunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion. With this skill equipped, you will be able to see how much blood enemies have lost to bleeding. The more blood loss the enemy has, the bigger and more powerful the explosion. Glacial Lance hurls a piercing spear that leaves a trail of ice behind it, chilling enemies in its wake. If it consumes a frenzy charge, the ice soon bursts, dealing extra damage. Glacial Lance. Bloodhunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion. With this skill equipped, you will be able to see how much blood enemies have lost to bleeding. The more blood loss the enemy has, the bigger and more powerful the explosion. Bloodhunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. Bloodhunt.
Take your time. Take care.
There's a time and a place for violence.
Ah, yes. The Horn of the Vestiri. I know the tale. The ancient city of Keth, the Badlands, and the Valley of the Titans. We can retrace Orbala's steps in any order. Fight to the last.
A test of metal, is it? Suits me just fine.
I will serve. We have met in battle, but not in peace. I am Balbala, once a traitor, long a sorrowed prisoner. As Jinn here, I shall serve as your guide. Together, we shall prove ourselves worthy. I have had a great many years to think on my foolish choices, and now all I want is to earn my right to rest. This place was built to determine honor, to prove oneself worthy as a Sekima. Tradition allowed for one Dekkara and one advisor. If I aid you here, and if you succeed, then my crimes will finally be forgiven. Then and only then may I join those that have gone before. I hardly know the woman I was before. I remember betraying my Akara, but the reasons why now feel petty and small. If I could go back, if I could speak to the woman I was, I would tell her what a fool she was being. Would she listen? Probably not. The mistakes we make are shaped from who we are. The tale women of many Akaras gathered on the day of my sentencing. Death was not punishment enough for my crime. They enacted the ritual, but my imprisonment as Jinn would not have been possible without my willful agreement. I accepted. I let it happen because I deserved it. I have no idea how long I was trapped there, but it was as close to eternity as I can possibly imagine. The role of advisor is strictly bound by tradition. I may offer you aid, but only in certain specific ways. Look to me in your times of doubt. What happened to the plains of Vastiri? The land has changed so much since the time of my imprisonment. There were several desert regions slowly spreading, but it wasn't like this. The Halani gates where I committed my crimes were waterlocks for a river. Now there is nothing but sand and salt flats. How could they have allowed this to happen? Silarim.
Whatever comes my way, I'm ready. Time to spill a bit of blood.
Give anything for a sip. challenge overcome.
To dry. Need more time.
Great challenge overcome. That was close. Swift magnificence. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
I'll turn you to dust!
Stand clear.
Soften the wound!
land! Beware of what falls! It burns! Beware of what falls!
I'm bent double as is.
Let's plan. You are no longer a Jingak. You now carry with you the spirit of a Maraketh Dekara. I am finally free, but I find I do not wish to rest just yet. This place is in disrepair, though it may take another 1,000 years. I must restore it to its former glory. Should you need me, I will continue to serve as your guide here. If you wish to challenge the trial again, find more barriers, more coins. The Jinn within will inhabit this place, much like I do. We will succeed. I shall aid you.
Pack's full.
Once the seat of power for our people, now a buried testament to a glorious past. We will build a new Keth someday when all this is over, and the Maraketh will shine under the sun once again. That is a promise. I am forbidden by the terms of the Third Pact from invoking the Right of Flame myself. I must send an emissary, as must they. I do not know in what form it will come. Once the seat of power for our people. Now. That valley of the Badlands, where mastodon bones rot under the sun for all time, is proof that a culture can vanish entirely if the world changes too much. I will not let my people diminish and disappear the same way.
This valley were carved, and not by man neither.
The thrill of the hunt! The wind howls! Hold on! Need more time! Ruthless prowess! Need a moment! Yours is on! Soften the wound! Clean kill! This were well made. Oh my word. Incredible. Bleed to dry!
Whirling Slash.
Will
This were forbidden. But what's one more taboo broken? still! I've seen it all now. Need a moment. Need mana. Bleed out. Need a moment. Wait. Need more time. I'd better scarper before his corpse causes an earthquake. A little gem for a big brute. Reckon it's mine now.
to dry!
This ruby is beautiful and quite haunting. Perhaps it is simply my imagination, but I feel as if there is something staring back at me from deep inside. I will tell your tale.
Greetings.
If at first you don't succeed, There's as many bones here as grains of sand. Look around. Lead to dry! Need more time. Bring it on. Need more time. No mana. No mana. No mana. A worthy foe.
Twister conjures a twist.
Up for another hunt? Are you?
Stop my wound.
Let's run this witch down. Stay on it. There's a target. Strike fast. A chance to recover.
Need more time.
Strike before it slips away. Come on now. Let's end this.
That was almost a challenge.
Stay at your business.
The hunt is on. Lead. Need more time. Hold on. Necromancers, eh? That'd explain all the bones. My mana's gone. Leave to dry. more mana. That was almost a challenge. To try. Come on. Stink of death hangs heavy here. The hunt is on! The wind howls! Hold on! I need a moment to prepare.
Ready to hunt. There it is. Spirit picked its prey. Cut it down. Strike through. Strike before it slips away. Spirit will be done. Don't give it a chance to recover. Almost there. Don't give up now. Hey, it's good to see you.
Someone can bring you back and see how you bloody like it. Just what I was looking for. The thrill of the hunt!
Good timing. The spirit is near. There it is. Don't lose focus. Strike! For it slips, stay on it!
The wind howls!
Let's get a move on or else. Spirits will be done. No time to tarry. Finish it! Sharp. That beast is marked.
A clean kill!
Not all who wander find welcome.
These tusks are truly worthy of Robala's steed.
Who goes there? No need to rush. Strike like the scorpion. Warm nights.
can.
What is it?
Finding water in a place like this? Easy job, that.
The weary traveler has reached the end of the path. Welcome to the city of 7 waters, whence bounty springs. Behold our lush plains and verdant forests, blessed to feed empires far and wide. Eat, drink, and be fat at your leisure, so long as you take word back to your homeland of the glory of Keth.
The wind howls! Take this! Wind howls!
wound! You should have stayed buried!
Ready to hunt. Hey, it's good to...
way. Need a moment.
State your business.
To think this way here all along, buried neath the sand. Storm strike! Take this! The wind howls! challenge. Spirit needs no such shrines.
For the waters!
boss locked on my side. Take this! Time to reap the rewards. I'll not make the journey home like that.
Winter deepens, bringing a biting chill. I long for it to snow, for the wonder I felt as a child to grace my eyes once more. But the last winter that brought such beauty was 200 years ago now. It cannot snow in a region where it does not rain. The city is quiet. The city is cold. The wind whistles through stone columns, unheard by the living. I ask myself why I am still here. I ask myself why I will not let my tired bones rest. And I ask myself whether I truly believe Halani will awaken. I do. I do.
The wind howls. I'll not make the journey home like that.
On this, the meeting place of 7 waters, we lay the first stone of our new home. May Kef stand eternal, the heart of peace and prosperity, the bastion of our people.
He holds a new loyalty now.
Thy
king nears.
No wonder Helani never returned. She were right here all along.
Immortal. Oh, at last. Please, end my suffering. My followers are long since dust, and I am but parchment. My veins dry as sand. None remember my name, and none think of me. I awoke from my long slumber, unable to move. My time has passed. I ask you, mortal, to use that one element that may finally end me. My opposite. Fire. It must be done.
Aye. Your suffering'll soon be over.
He was not my son. Not the one I knew. Corruption held his mortal soul in thrall, and you have finally given him peace. Some essence of water remains. The last drops to be found in Kef. None remember I awoke. I ask you. At last, death. Thank you.
Poor thing. Seems even gods can be lost to time. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. I swear it.
Thank you.
There was a goddess of water lying at the heart of Keth. I wonder what her role in the past involved. It is my sacred duty to keep our tales, but I know nothing of this goddess. How could we, Maraketh, have forgotten something so important? Impressive, young one. Now we have everything we need to recreate the Horn of the Vastiri. It'll take a bit of carving. I think the flame ruby goes here. Imbue the essence of water with the proper motions. Maybe I'll just tighten that there. Snap that off. Oh, I hope that wasn't important. All right. It's a bit like the original horn. If my fingers were more nimble, I could have done better. This won't blow a gale across the entire Vastiri, but it will serve our purpose. Here, take it. You retraced Orbala's journey, so you should be the one to sound the horn.
Quickly.
Back to basics.
Greetings.
Adapt or die.
young man.
The Maraketh honor me. Now to prove I'm worthy of it.
Who goes there?
Speak up!
How can I advise you? Ah, Keth. Now nothing but dunes of sand, but once it was glorious. The waters flowed in patterns crafted by artisans of skill beyond belief. The hanging gardens could impress even the most jaded heart.
Quickly.
It is time to use the reforged Horn of the Vastiri to open the way through. Prepare yourself. War is nigh. Move swiftly.
I hear you. Browse as long as you like. Wear it with pride. Blessings. Need some browse as long as you wish. Sands guide you. No need to run. As you wish. Thank you. Warm nights.
Nout between us now, Jaman-Ra.
I am hesitant to allow you access to Sacred Deshar, but better a single Jingak than an army of spiteful enemies. Our city of the dead must be protected, no matter the cost. Fight to the last. Yes?
To be laid to rest in the sky. Aye.
As we approach Deshar, I feel I must ask something of you once more. There is someone I care about. Let us leave it at that. I have learned she went on a lone journey to the spires 3 moons past, and she has not returned. The others cannot know of this, for there was neither sickness nor injury involved. Do you understand? I simply wish to know the truth of what happened, to end the pain of not knowing. If you happen to find Lailuma's body in the dunes below the spires, and if you bring me something of hers, then I will know. If you do not, then no one ever will. Those Maraketh that prove themselves in life earn burial in the sky. But the weak and unfortunate have a tradition of their own. Because they are not allowed to rest above, when they feel sickness or injury taking hold, they leap from the windswept heights of Deshar to the dunes below. Though their bodies will still be lost in the sands, our greatest fear, lying at the base of honor, is the next best thing to lying upon it. You can understand why I was concerned that Lailuma chose to travel there alone. Now the sandstorm is cleared. We have a chance to chase down Jaman-Ra. Though I am not gifted with sight, I clearly see the dangers ahead of us. You must keep your wits about you. As we approach Deshar, I feel I must ask something of you once more. There is someone I care about. The others cannot know if you have. Sands guide you.
What is it? What is it?
The wind howls! Come on!
guide us. Strike before it slips away. Almost there. Don't give up now. Come on now. Let's end this.
That was almost a challenge!
Don't have a chance to recover. State your business.